No. What is this? Okay. No. Roman's right. Oh, yeah. Down. Okay. Let's see. Do. All right. I'm trying to get this set up. All right. So takes me a while to get set up. And the joys of streaming, guys. The joys of streaming. I'm grateful for the opportunity to stream on YouTube. And the only reason why I do it is to help others that are struggling with drugs and alcohol or mental illness. And May is mental health awareness, guys. May is mental health awareness. Hey, Russ, what's up? Toronto. Hi, Nixon. How are you? Hondo, what's up? Private. In order to keep my gift of sobriety, I had to give it away. So it's a win-win situation. I've been here to grow. It's been a while, buddy. How are you? Just give me a minute, guys. I'm trying to get something set up here. And I hope you guys are having a marvelous Monday. I hope it's not manic and crazy like the world is. I have problems that are beyond helpful. Private, there's always solutions. You just have to keep the faith and actually ask for help and not to be ashamed of talking about your issues. Believe me, I have a lot of issues. Ask my husband. Ask the chat. They know. Rocklahoma. Hey, it's sunny. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's a beautiful day in my neck of the woods. I know what you're feeling. Believe me, Private, to me, nicotine is less of the evils I used to use. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's beautiful here. Now, about a year and a half ago, this whole thing was a wildfire. And Jim, my husband, said to me the other day, it looks a lot more greener and lusher than before. I'm going to tell you something, Russ. I'm going to tell you something, Private. Don't be so hard on yourself when it comes to that. When you're ready, you're ready. You know what I'm talking about? I don't get hard on myself with smoking cigarettes. It's not, though. Somebody said there's sunflowers, be growing here. I don't know. Wait a minute, guys. Hold on. So, welcome to Monday Night Rawr. All right, man. I have to. Hold on, I'm sorry. Yeah, war. You know about them too? I never really liked them. How come this is not going? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get this situated here. There we go. All right. I think we're almost ready, guys. We're almost ready. I'm trying to put more spirituality on my streams. Whether you believe in God or not, just have an open mind. I'm sure when you're an atheist, you pray that your loved one gets better and all that stuff. And I don't push my religious beliefs on anybody. Everybody's on their own journey. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, Quick Shoe, what's up? All right, hold on. I ain't doing any cyber hugs yet. We're gonna do a little prayer first, and then cyber hug. All right, so I do this off the cuff, and I talk to God a lot during the day. You can ask Jim, but So I'm trying to do this in front of all of you guys. All right. So hold on. All right. So Heavenly Father, please let us have a good stream. Let the stream be helpful and uplifting and positive for all that join. Please, God, give people the strength and wisdom to get the help that they need and to be open-minded about other people's suggestions and to listen with their open hearts. And God, finally, thank you for the opportunity for me to stream on YouTube to share my experience, strength, and hope with people that they too can have a better life without the drugs, alcohol, and or mental illness. In the name of Jesus, amen. All right. We got that out of the way. All right. Okay, cyber hug time. Cyber welcome hug to Monday Night Rawr. So Quick Shoe, welcome Quick Shoe, brother. I've been thinking about you. Hold on. All right, so Quick Shoe says struggling a bit. Work truck broke. Driving an older truck with a standard 8-speed transmission and no remote control for the pump. It's a lot more work. How many miles does it have on it? Quick Shoe. At least it's doing the job, right? I don't know nothing about cars or mechanics or nothing. But I do hope and pray things get better for you. Trouble with the wife at home, too. Old truck has a lot of miles. Well, thank you, Frozen. They're my trademark. How are you today, Frozen? Our car has a lot of miles on it, like over 200,000 or whatever. I'm not too certain about the numbers though, but hi Rochelle, how are you? If I get your name wrong, I apologize. So it's dear Miles Westy. I'm a German mechanic. Why do you call me out? Can I help you? Well, we just got started here. So, Quick Shoe is talking about he's having problems with his old truck, work truck, and stuff like that. And he's having problems with the wife. What's going on with your wife and you, Quick Shoe? I know with me and stuff and my husband, we bump heads a lot at times, especially when I'm in pain and, you know, he has other issues, you know, like he's concerned about finances and whatever. Hi, Sherry, what's up, girl? Wait, hold on. Cyber love hug for Sherry. Sherry, first of all, whatever happened the other night, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kick you off the stream. Everything just, you know how it is. I love you. I'm trying to retire and go on my crossroad trip. So your wife's worried about money, right? And she's probably saying, well, why don't you take me on your crossroad trip? Sherry, you asked the chat, whoever was there, I felt so bad. I mean, I was literally almost sick because I was like, oh, she's going to say I did this on purpose. But you know how it is with trolls or whatever, it gets crazy. And I did it. I was like, oh my God, no. I was like, no. And I was trying to talk to you. I don't know if you were still on or not. But it's just, oh my God. Thank you. I'll make sure I will never do that again. Hey, at least you forgave me. Not like the coffee break crew, right? With the little remark I made for a troll. Anyway, I just had to put that in there, guys. Really, I did. Because I'm still hurt over that crap. But anyway, yeah, Quick Shoe, and I had to get your number. Because you said you were going to stop by here, and I wanted to show you a few things. You would love it in Oklahoma. It's laid back, relaxing. You know, I'm glad I moved out of Jersey when I did in 2017. You know, I spent more times in hospitals here, though, with my... Is there another important question, or... Well, how are you? Mild. I'll call you Wesley. How are you on this marvelous Monday night? May is Mental Health Awareness Month, guys, and their campaign is Good Days Are Being Together. And here we are, being together in this space, in a positive space, in an uplifting space. That's what the Queen's Light Brigade's all about. To uplift each other, to support each other, to talk about our issues, like maybe we're struggling with recovery from drugs and alcohol. Maybe we're struggling with our mental health, like depression, anxiety, panic attacks. You know, maybe you're struggling with the medication giving you side effects. You know, and so we're all here together, and I'm so glad you are here. So that's what the Queen's Light Brigade's all about. It's creating, not just me, you guys out there, you guys out there are trying to create a wildfire of change to diminish the darkness in the world. And I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, guys, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. I'm rocktastic. When I came out here, I was in a lot of pain. I'm not going to lie, with my back. Thank God for my husband. But I'm in a better mood now. I'm sitting down. I'm not drinking Java Monster. I have my coffee, though. You know. I had to have my caffeine. I also have, well, it's ice now, but it turns into, you know, ice water. And I have to hydrate more with water than caffeine, because caffeine dehydrates you just like the alcohol does, right? And stuff. And just the other day, I ordered coconut water. Yes, I love coconut water. I haven't drank any yet, but I will be. So, do I miss drinking Java Monster? I'll admit, guys, I will admit, John Monster is the only rocket fuel for this rocket queen. Hell yeah. Yeah, I do miss it. Jim, when he's without his monster, he, goes into his little, Thank you, Nicholas. Bless you too. And welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade, Monday Night Rawr. And I'm not a wrestling fan. I'm really not. I love you, brother. You know that. And I hope we get together on your road trip. Hold on. Quick shoe. Cyber friendship hug. I hope you get your truck straightened out. And I did get a notification that you did send me on Instagram. But thanks for joining me on my Monday Night Rawr and all that. I do this to help others. I don't do this for the money. I don't do this for the fame and all that stuff. I don't get caught up in the drama of other streamers' quirks or whatever. There's a big one going on and stuff like that on YouTube with the quartering, but Heather, we talked. We talked the other day, remember? And when I saw Danville, I thought it was Denville at first because I'm from Denville, New Jersey. Oh, happy birthday! Hold on. I'm going to give you a cyber hug. Happy early birthday, cyber hug! I hope you get treated like a queen. Are you doing anything special? No. Oh. Huh? Yes, happy birthday. Oh, wait a minute. How was everybody's Mother's Day yesterday? Will you stream GTA 6 when it comes out? I'm going to be honest with you, Kevin. I don't know. GTA 6 is, from what I looked at, the trailers, it's going to be woke as all hell. Dave Mattingly? Are you related to the New York Yankee baseball player? He's to play first base. I'm originally from Denville, New Jersey, but here I'm in Oklahoma. But as far as like GTA 6, I don't know. We'll have to see. So Heather is like going out with my daughter-in-law and sons. My Mother's Day was good. Well, good to hear. Happy Mother's Day to you. Sherry says I planted flowers and tomatoes. Oh! I hope they're beefsteak tomatoes. New Jersey is is noted for their beef steak tomatoes because they're very plump and juicy and you put them on a sandwich with mayonnaise and salt and pepper. Great. As for me, for Mother's Day is bittersweet for me. And I will tell you why. For those that don't know, I'm Rock Queen 711 at you live from my headquarters in Oklahoma. And I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. And I'm still human. I go through depression, anxiety, panic attacks, back pain issues. But because of my addiction, I lost custody of my 2 kids. My mother took care of my son, and my mother really couldn't take care of my son and my daughter because financially she couldn't do it, and emotionally she couldn't do it. So my daughter got adopted out of the family. New Jersey does not have an open adoption, but the prosecutor in my case and my daughter's lawyer said, yeah, I mean, let's stay in contact. So I did have a relationship with my daughter after she got adopted. And I always thanked her adopted parents for doing that for Christy, because I know I couldn't give my daughter a better life because of the drugs and alcohol and all this. I was trying. It was the hardest thing I had to do in my life, was to relinquish my parental rights. It's in the past now. I pretty much accepted it, but when Mother's Day comes, it's like, it's just another day, but I know I'm still Christy's mother. And right now, Sean is going through his issues with addiction, with fentanyl, alcohol, and meth up in Portland. And so I'm using my mother's playbook on tough love with him. And I'm staying in contact with his girlfriend, who is like a daughter to me, and I'm supporting her. I rode my bike yesterday for the first time in a while. I felt like I was going to die. Well, wait a minute. Did you, do like, hey, Ma, no hands? That's what I would do. I would probably crash into a tree or fall into a ditch. Hi, Brandon. How are you? Welcome to Queen's Light Brigade. I would. Oh, Sherry, you should look in my shorts. I actually petted a possum. There's video of it. Oh, I think, yeah, I didn't comment on it yet. I want one too. And I would want like a pot-bellied pig also. I want miniature cows. But we're stuck with cats. But even the raccoons around here, I used to feed them on the steps. When he used to work at Nordam, I used to go in the back and put out dry cat food for like the possums and the raccoons. And one raccoon was getting close to me. Thanks, Chris. They're my trademark. I appreciate the compliment. And welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. How are you, Chris? So I have a syndrome. I have a disease called Snow White syndrome, where I like the wildlife and and all that stuff. So I call it Snow White syndrome. How you doing, dog hugs? What's up? Oh, dog hugger. What about cat hugger? You don't like cats? How are you, dog? And welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. But pets are good for your mental health. You can actually go for walks with dogs, or even your cats. They have leashes for that, right? And even if you're going through a panic attack, like my counselor would say, metal. I was actually in a heavy metal band back in the 80s, late 80s. I was a handful of female drummers back in the day, and my band's name was Vicious Bite. You have 3 dogs and 2 cats, so you have a zoo. We have a zoo. We have 7 cats now. I don't have any of my cats from Jersey, and Jim is like the #1 cat daddy in Oklahoma. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do. My band imploded because of the animosity with us, with the drugs, alcohol. There was a lot of backstabbing and stuff like that. But yeah, I actually opened up for Ozzy. Okay? Ozzy and Motorhead. Yes, Lemmy. I love you, Lemmy. I love you, Ozzy. And Ozzy was he was a total buzzkill. Lemmy, he was a gentleman. He was the real deal. He loved my whatever. But he was interesting. He had a lot of twisted sense of humor and everything else. But a lot of people don't know this about Ozzy. They used to have 2 straitjackets, or 1, in the back there in case you just forget it. Like just really tweaks and everything else and stuff. I also opened up for Guns N' Roses. Steven Adler was like my brother until something happened. And I don't kiss and tell. Cynthia, Little Miss Greeter! Oh! How are you? How are you on this marvelous Monday night? Cyber, welcome, love, friendship hug! I love you too. And Sherry is not mad at me for blocking her. It's Monday Night Rawr. I hope it's Manic Monday for you. Hello, alien, welcome. Yeah, right. I was actually going to put that on the thumbnail along with Bigfoot. You know, I have a great idea, guys. I can't talk about it, but I have a great idea for the stream. And I told Jim about it, but right now money's pretty tight, okay? But I would like really to do this. He is streaming, yeah. You see him with a saxophone? Well, if he's behind me, we'll interview him. How about that? I think he'd be scared of me. Right, guys? Especially with my raspy Jersey ex-chunky voice. I don't know, but I came across Springstone. No, I don't. My ex did, but no. I ride horses. Well, let's not go. This is a family stream. Yeah. Right, Cynthia? Wink, wink. Robbie! How are you? How are you this marvelous Monday? And welcome to Monday Night Rawr. Love, friendship, grateful hug. Yeah, save a horse, ride a cowboy. That was an awesome song in a way, right? Well, that's good to hear. I actually had issues. Hold on. Sorry. No, Sherry, I'm not putting you in timeout. When I came out here, my back was really acting up. And all that. And so, well, Toasty, you must be a 90s kid, huh? Yeah, well, my son and daughter were born in the 90s too. My daughter was born in 1992, and my son was born in 1990. And I used to hate when my parents, my mom or my in-laws would put the kids in timeout. And I guess, Toasty, too, you got a participation trophy in sports, like baseball, right? No? You never played baseball or anything? I played baseball. Yes, I did. I was the first girl, I was the second girl in 10 years to make it to the majors in Denville, New Jersey. Okay? This is boys baseball, not softball, boys baseball. And I was the first girl to make it to the senior league in my town of Denville, New Jersey. I was involved with a lot of sports. So, Toasty, what kind of sports did you play? didn't graduate from high school, contrary to some belief. My brain's not fried with all the drugs I did and stuff. I still remember conversations, people coming on here, you know, a lot of dates. I did backyard football mostly. I built like a linebacker, but my grades were bad. I'm going to ask you this, and don't take it the wrong way. When you were growing up in the 90s and you were in school, did they put you on medication, like for ADHD? They did that to my son and my daughter. And I'm like, Mom, he's just a kid. Yeah. Hi, David. Here I am, your rocket queen, on Monday Night Rawr. How are you, David? Welcome to Queen's Light Brigade. No, I don't. It was hard. It was heard of back then, not like now. You are correct, David. You are correct. One of their best songs, I think. I used to actually party with them. You know, Steven Adler was like a brother to me until something happened. But, yeah. And Steven Adler's mother actually came to almost every show, and she was cool as all hell. She was. She put Axl in his place a few times, too. They did Heroin, an old classic band played in my town the other day. What town and what band? Really? David, I have to disagree with you, even though I partied with them and jammed with them. It's Motorhead. Motorhead, Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath. All right, wait, Toasty, Vanilla Fudge. I'm going to tell you something. My son, when he was not on drugs and alcohol and, you know, when things were going right, years ago, my son had a radio show. And I forget what radio, it was on the internet, this radio show. I think it was called Real Punk Radio. I have to look it up. Anyway, so he did all these interviews with people, right? He actually interviewed the lead singer of Strawberry Alarm Clock. Have you ever heard of them? Strawberry Alarm Clock. And I wish my son kept going with his interviews and everything else and stuff. Tampa Bay! Lou Perkins, how's it going? Welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. Isn't that something, huh? When was this? Wait, hold on. How long ago was this, Lou? Yeah, but Ted Nugent does not do drugs. He's a nymphomaniac, though, but he doesn't do drugs. I love Ozzy. He was a good singer, and I like Guns N' Roses. 80s? The 80s were awesome, right? The 80s were freaking awesome! From what I can remember, right? The Usual Illusion albums, okay? Yeah, they had great songs, but now that's cool, Sherry. I was there in 92. All right, hold on. I was there in 92. 99, no. 92, yes. Or 92 or 93. Well, I thank you for your service, Lou. Thank you. Thank you for defending our freedoms of what we have left of them. Well, yeah, you're right, though. Wally, you're right. And I'm going to say this real quick. All right, hold on. Mimi, I'll get to your question in a minute. My mother and father were stuck on the New York freeway for hours because of Woodstock. My daughter's adopted dad was at Woodstock. He actually had long hair, and guess what his profession was afterwards? He was the vice president of now I can't think. JP Morgan and Chase. He was the vice president, but yet back in the 60s, he was at Woodstock. Go figure, right? All right, wait a minute. Yeah, well, so did back in 69. Yes. And all right, so I'm originally from New Jersey, in case you didn't know. And my husband, not Jim, and I took a ride up to Woodstock because we were going to go to a car race in that area. And they showed where the original stage was and everything. They actually have weddings there. They have a museum there and stuff. Bethel, New York. Look it up. All right. Mimi. And where do I live now? I live in Rocklahoma. But I'm originally from Morris County, New Jersey. All right. Hold on. No, I did not. Now that's so mean, this man. No. No, even if we were out of food, I would never do that. All right, Mimi. All right, hold on. I have to address something. Mimi, once 5407 asked me, how did I get myself clean from the drugs? Go of Mexico. Don't say Gulf of America. That's a... don't get me triggered with that. But anyway, all right. So, Mimi, welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. I've been off cracking heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. I go through depression, anxiety, panic attacks, back pain issues, whatever. It took me a long time to get myself clean and sober. I was a chronic relapser. I lost my kids. I was homeless. I was hopeless too because I didn't have no money. And it became a job. And it wasn't working for me. And I thought I was going to die with a needle in my arm. I ended up in jail. Addiction leads you to three things: jails, institutions, and death. You see this? I didn't want to be fucked by death. I wanted to live. I didn't want to exist. I wanted to live. I went to rehab and detox for everybody else except for myself. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. And so, and I lost my daughter, okay? I was just talking about this earlier. My mom took care of my son, and my daughter got adopted out of the family. And that hurt because I felt like I was a failure, okay? So that gave me more the excuse to use, okay? But yet I felt guilty, I felt shame. And so when I picked up, and it was like a vicious cycle, right? I was at an acquaintance house in Dover, New Jersey. It's a crack house, pretty much. And in this haze, there were about 7 people, and the guy's name was Rob, black guy. It doesn't matter who, if he was black, white, Chinese, what, I'm just saying. And so I was doing my thing, right? And I'm looking around, and I had an epiphany. And I'm looking around, and I was talking to Rob, that was his name. I said, well, I'm going to go to rehab. Well, I'm high, right? But buzzkill, right? And he said to me, yeah, okay. What, for what reason, He said, whatever. Like, it was just... And I said, no, I am. And so I called my friend up, Nancy, and I said, I want to go to rehab. Once again, I want to go to rehab. She says, okay. So she picked me up. We went. We went to a place in Booton and stuff, and it was like St. Clair's, Everybody knew me in St. Clair's too. Anyway, so my counselor at the time, well, I knew her and stuff. They had a bed for me. And a lot of addicts, and if you're in recovery, you know. That you have the best intentions, right? You want to do it. You want to get yourself clean and sober, but then it's like, what's, because you're thinking about the future, like, how am I going to do all this, right? And so I said to this girl, Michelle, she was a counselor, like I said, I said, oh, can I said something like, can I hold off until next week? Because I had to try to get a heart necklace from a dealer. I hawked it, okay? A gold necklace. I said, it really means much, a lot to me and stuff. And, I mean, come on. We all use the excuse like, oh, I can't because of my job. Oh, I can't because I'm going to lose my apartment. But here, right, hold on. Sorry. I'm trying to. So she said, yeah, but, the bed is not guaranteed for you because somebody else is probably going to take it. So I said, I'll take that chance. That weekend, with my last hurrah, I almost died. And so Nancy, on Monday, my friend, called me. I didn't answer my phone. She came up to the room on the 3rd floor on South Mars Street in Dover, banging, saying, come on, we have to go. Are you going and stuff? I didn't answer the door or anything. She knew I was there, okay? She's like, come on, let's go. She actually threatened to call the cops. I was like, whatever. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop. And so she left without calling the cops, by the way, and whatever. And here, four of my friends came in. We did our thing, and all that. And here I'm in my bed with this girl named Misty, okay? And I'm looking at her, and her mother got high together, okay? And I was looking at I said, this is it. No more. And I called my friend Nancy again. I said, I want to go to rehab. I'm surprised she even took my phone call, okay? And she's like, I'm going to come up there, but if you don't come down with me to the car, I don't want to ever see you again or hear about you, whatever. And I was ready. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired, okay? Because I knew the next round I would have died. Seriously. She came to pick me up, and then I went to St. Clair's rehab, which is like a 2-week rehab. But I've been to Turning Point Rehab in Verona, New Jersey, which is more hardcore. And to me, that was the best rehab I went to. Hi, Gabby. How are you? Well, yeah, I mean, rehab is expensive, especially if you go to these country club ones and stuff like that. But if you have insurance, and a lot of these places, they have things called scholarships where they have so many beds for indigent people, like poor people, because they have to have that. It's a state law. I think the cigarettes are. Thank you, Heather. I thought I was gonna die with a needle in my arm. But the trick is you have to do it for yourself. You have to do it for yourself. You can't do it for your mother. You can't do it for your kids. You can't do it for your probation officer or the judge or whatever. You have to want to do it for yourself. And yeah, I did it. But just because I've been clean and sober for a long time does not mean I'm cured. There's no cure for addiction. There's no cure for mental illness, actually. Yeah, they do. It's like charity care. Relaxing. Yeah, if you try and to quit for others, you will always fail. You need to do it for yourself. That's right, Toasty. And right now, my son is in Portland, Oregon, homeless. And he's addicted to meth. He's addicted to fentanyl, alcohol. He's homeless. But I'm using my mother's book of tough love for him. My mom used a lot of tough love on me. And thank God for her. Hi, everybody. And for those that are just coming in, I truly apologize for I'm not trying to snub you off or anything. I'm really not. I appreciate each and every one of you that show up. You know, I do this to help others. I'm trying to build a community that is safe for others to talk about their recovery or maybe their struggles. You know, we can uplift each other, support each other. I was on, yeah. But see, we used to call it Special K. And that was worse than the dope. Because when you're kicking from Special K, it crushes you. That depression hits you hard. Hi, Tams fam. How are you? Oh, what? K2? Is that ketamine? Thank you, Heather. I love you. Hold on. Son, I'm not gonna. And Ted Kaczynski was on drugs and stuff. We could talk about it. It's man. Hold on. Hi, Hayes. How are you? Oh, what? Hold on. Sorry, guys. Doing some gardening. Pulling out the weeds, if you know what I'm talking about. All right. Weed eating is a needed thing. Weed eating is a what? Are you talking about edibles? They just did a huge bust on an illegal pot farm operation near Oklahoma City, and the guy that ran it was connected to a big crime organization in New York City, and it was run by the Chinese. Oh, you've been. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I've been weeding here, pulling out the weeds, if you know what I mean. And they still pop up and become different species. What's a space killer kid? What? Hi, Tommy. How are you? Yes. It's here too. And so are the tornadoes. Thanks, I'm Sween. Oh, God bless you too. And welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. This is Monday Night Rawr, episode 2. Yeah, but Toasty, I don't think it's sober. All right, that was coined by Demi Lovato. Oh, I'm California sober. I kicked the heroin and the coke and stuff, but I still smoke weed. No, that's not how it works. A drug is a drug is a drug is a drug. And so I don't, but see, okay, I'm just going to say this. They want you to believe that, hey, at least the dope addicts, the junkies aren't doing their thing anymore. They're smoking pot. You know why they're so happy about that? Because it's bringing the government money. Talk about the war on drugs. The war on drugs is the biggest force in American government. Okay? But we're not going to go there. Well, I'm happy, Toasty, but don't you feel so much better? Yeah, life has its ups and downs, right? But at least you're not living that lifestyle, hanging out with scumbags, pretty much. You know, stealing from people, doing what you have to do to get the drugs. Not looking over your shoulder for the cops. Yeah. And you know what, Toasty, I'm going to give you a Toasty cyber hug. Okay? Here we go. Cyber Toasty recovery love hug. There. Whoops. There you go. I appreciate you being here, Toasty. I really do. And thank you so much for being active in the chat. The more you talk in the chat, the more you're going to get out of the stream. Where are you from, Toasty? You're from Ireland? I don't know. Rome, New York? Are you serious? I was born in Warwick, New York State, in Orange County. I've been to Rome. Hey, Tyson, what's up, brother? How are you? Welcome to Monday Night Rawr. So have you lived in New York all your life? Or maybe, Wally, I should ban you, huh? I'm only kidding. You know that. It's okay. I understand. My fingers get cramped up too. Actually, my eyes go cross-eyed at times when I have to work on all these things for the stream and whatever. So you've been to Jersey, Toasty. Toasty, have you ever been to Orange County Fair or Orange County Speedway? Coffee. We love our coffee. I know. Lolly, I know. I was only joking with you. I love you, Lolly. You know that. I love you and Froggy. My boyfriend actually went to rehab in Poughkeepsie, New York. That's where Snooki's from. My boyfriend went to the Salvation Army up in Poughkeepsie. Hey, maybe you guys can hang out, right? Do some fishing or something. Have you ever seen Snooki around Poughkeepsie? I have a funny story about fishing with my husband. And it's before he ever met me. Or before he ever met his first wife. He actually ended up being in a relationship with a dyke, with a lesbian, okay? Because he used to fish all the time. It was a funny story, though. Thank you very much. A lot of people love them. I got them on Amazon. But no, Heather, good night. I love you. Thanks for dropping by. Cyber love. Oh! I hope to see you again, Heather. Thank you. Thank you so much for being a part of Queen's Light Brigade. If I ever have a store, like a merch store, I would have my signature on these glasses. How about that, huh? Like, have my signature glasses. Love you, Heather. Take care. Well, the sun's setting, right? At least I got out here like about an hour ago. But it's so peaceful, right? It's so peaceful and just. And I'm hoping during the summer maybe we'll do like a little fire pit and maybe Jim will talk and be a part of the Queen's Light Brigade fire. Right? Every time I'm here, I always look around to see if I can see possums or raccoons. And that's another thing about recovery, too, from drugs and alcohol, that you appreciate life more. It's nice out. It's so nice. I think we should be looking for Bigfoot, right? Yeah, right. I don't see. I have my flip flops on. I had some. See, I have something that I want to do, but I can't tell you. You know. And right now, money's pretty tight. Okay, I don't care about the money. We have to eat and take care of bills or whatever, all right? Whatever. But I love the drugs, but I don't want to go back, so I won't go back. Toasty, we're drug addicts. Of course we're going to love the drugs. We're drug addicts. You can get addicted to taking aspirin. Did you know that? We have addictive personalities. A lot of times people drop the alcohol and the drugs, or they'll go to the casino, and guess what happens there? They get addicted to winning, you know? So we have to be vigilant on everything we do. Even like with shopping online, you know, because it affects our pleasure center and stuff. Hey, Kansas, if you need to hire a Bigfoot hunter, my husband's available. If I had my sneakers on, I would do it. You guys, I'm telling you, with this, how are you, Kansas? And welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. The Queen's Light Brigade is trying to create a wildfire change to diminish the darkness in the world. And I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. You know? This stream is about recovery, about uplifting each other, supporting each other, standing with each other, forging friendships. You know, we talk about recovery. We talk about mental illness. And May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and their campaign is Good Days Are Being Together. And we are being together, right, guys? Hey, so Cynthia's like, hey, I bring you some boots. I can use Jim's boots. How about that? Tornado trackers. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like Dorothy from the Wizard of Oz at times when I'm living here in Rocklahoma. I'm from Jersey. Yeah, we have tornadoes here and there in Jersey. Not as many as here. May is tornado season. And I see like Ryan Yohall. You know who I'm talking about. And he has these teams of trackers. I'm an adrenaline junkie, and I would love tornado. How you doing, cool wizard? How are you? Kansas, have you tracked any tornadoes? And I guess you are from Kansas? We had a tornado a few years ago for the first time, and FE3 ripped through town. I'm just sitting on the front porch waiting for the bats to come up there. They are. Steven's like, are we camping in New here? How you doing, Steven? Welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. Nope, we are not camping. We are enjoying the outside on this Monday Night Rawr episode 2. We're talking about Bigfoot. We're talking about recovery. We're talking about mental illness. We're talking about how life is good without drugs and alcohol, and how we're not in that cycle anymore. Douglas County, Kansas. Lawrence, Texas. Lawrence, Kansas. Is that by Wichita? Kansas? Thanks, Steven! You rock! You know, just for that, I'm going to give you a cyber hug. Steven, cyber welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade hug! I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Watching bats? I love you, Lolly. Let me give you a hug. Lolly, cyber, love, grateful friendship hug. And say hello to Froggy for me. I love you, sister. No, it's by Kansas City. Much love back to you. Is due west from Kansas City. All right, I'm gonna do this just for you, Wiggy. Okay, and thank you for being here. I truly appreciate you being here. Okay, so the Wiggy 73 says, yesterday, my left sock declared a war on the dryer for stealing its soulmate. Recruited the entire laundry basket as its army is now demanding a peace treaty signed in fabric softener. That's pretty clever. I like that. See, we like stuff like that at the Queen of Light Brigade. We have a sense of humor. Thank you for that. Cynthia got a big kick out of it. We're right between Kansas City and Topeka. Let me ask you this, Kansas. Have you heard of, and I forget what highway it's off of. I think it's off of Route 70, where they had this big mountain. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's actually like a military base because truck drivers have to have like security clearance to go in this mountain. And I mean, it's huge. It's like a huge tunnel. You know what I'm talking about? I can't think of it. But a lot of truck drivers have to have security clearance to just go in that. I mean, it's huge. A lot of people don't know about it. Lou, thanks for dropping by. I truly appreciate you. Let me give you a cyber hug. Lou, thank you. Cyber love. Have a good night. Hug. And I hope you come around again. And thank you. God bless you too. Be the light of the world. Be a good human. Well, it's getting dark, huh? I told Jim, I said we have to have like a spotlight. Here. After the cigarette, I'll go. We'll go inside like we usually do. Thank you, Lou. You rock, brother. We're having some real good streams, uplifting streams about a lot of things like, like the other night we were talking about like Trump and their, and his X-Files and all that crap, and we're trying to gain momentum with the Queen's Light Brigade. And I think people are catching on. There's a Toshi says, I've seen a UFO. Well, I have too. And you know what? Hold on. I have too. But it was only once. I grew up in Denville, New Jersey. Right? Well, this one day, my grandfather was going to take me to school. It's really cold out. So he didn't want me to wait for the bus outside, right? Because it was really cold. I miss my grandfather so much. So he started up the car and stuff and warmed it up. And he was waiting for me. So I got my book bag, kissed my grandmother because my mom went to work. Okay. And I was getting to go in the car down the sidewalk, and I swear, and there was this flying thing. It looked like a trash can lid. I swear, and just I'm like, what was that? But that was like the first and only time I'd seen something like that. You know, I even told my grandfather about it. It looked like a garbage can lid. So where have you seen a UFO, Toasty? Inquiring minds want to know. Like the CIA. God. No, I don't need to see how I can do this. You can see me now? Woo! Now you can see me? Now you don't. Now you can see me? Now you don't. I'm sorry, Toasty. I'm the same way. I like write novels. Now you can see me. Now you don't. 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 Now you can see you. Now you don't. It's so stupid. But I promise after the cigarette, guys, we'll go in. Actually, let me... Hold on. See, I can't... I don't even know if I have a flashlight on this phone. Hey, Toasty, put like this. Chapter 1. And then Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter Hangar 69. Oh, my. All right, wait. We're having a rocktastic time, guys. We're having a positive time, guys. I hope you are too. I know I am. All right, wait. No. There we go. Now you can see me. Now you don't. Woo! That's really a... Yeah. We do need lighting out here. We actually do have lighting. Like Jim put up like like Christmas lights or whatever around the tree. But I think the rain got into the battery pack. So yeah. But I like to have like not too many lights, just enough, All right, so here's the story from Toasty. I have seen a great ball of light above my house, and there was a military helicopter that was going towards it, Air Force Base in town, and the ball of light did a long division symbol or a V, the proof, and then the proof. Oh no, or a V, and then poof, and then proof, and then poof. The light was gone, and the military chopper did 360 and went back same direction. And well, you heard about the drones in New Jersey, right? Like about a couple years ago. That was in Picatinny Arsenal. My grandfather used to work for Picatinny Arsenal. He used to actually make ball bearings there. He was a civilian there at Picatinny Arsenal in Wharton, New Jersey. I used to get high in that town in Wharton. So do you believe? All right, so Toasty, do you believe in aliens? And what's your take on the big alien file drop? I was walking with my buddy and we both seen the light in Chopper. Were you high? Were you high or what? I remember when we were growing up, they used to have like the Inquirer magazine, like paper, or the Star, or these, like these tabloids, and then you go with your mother or grandmother shopping to check out, and you see like the Inquirer, oh, aliens abduct two men, or whatever, right? I think, yeah, I believe in them. I think the file drop is semi-valid, but at the same time, I'm skeptical. I drank one beer that day. Well, a lot of people in the religious community, and I wish my husband was on here to talk about this. But maybe he's sleeping. I don't know what he's doing. But they're saying that Donald Trump, okay, called all these leaders from a lot of religious church communities. And he says, yeah, it's going to change their faith in a lot of ways. What that means, I don't know. But a lot of people are saying, oh, maybe it's demons, or some. I wish my husband was here because I don't, but they said, yeah, they could be around, like, even with Bigfoot, right? So Dishpan says it's a cover up for the rapture. When the righteous disappear, it wasn't aliens. I think it's just a distraction of what's really going on in the world. Okay? The only alien I believe in is E.T. E.T. phone home. That's the only alien I believe in. And not the alien with Sigourney Weaver. I believe in E.T. I used to have the board game and everything. I even had the Atari game, which was trash because I didn't know what. I just kept it just E.T. kept just going up and down with his head, and it looked like a, I can't say. But yeah, E.T. the Atari game sucked. My mom took me to see it. My first movie in the theater. And it was magical, right? It was magical. Then Friendlies came out with a Reese's Pieces Sundae. And oh my God, I used to love the Reese's Pieces Sundae. It had 5 scoops of ice cream. It had, of your choice, by the way. They had hot fudge in it, peanut butter sauce, and then marshmallow for the top and 1 cherry on top. Yeah, I had the board game. But now, Dishpan, Steven Spielberg is coming out with a new movie called Disclosure. And I guess he's going to drop it when Trump drops more alien files out into the world. So, I don't know. The question is, when they had that rocket go up, a couple weeks ago, and to go around the moon, did they see any UFOs? Did they see any alien life? No. No. So it makes you think. It really makes you think. But I don't buy it. I don't pay attention to politics anymore. Or, I mean, we have to be informed, okay? We have to be informed with, okay, and knows what's going on in the world, okay? But not to get sucked into the darkness or get blindsided or brainwashed by the white noise. I'm getting sucked into the darkness with this Jeremy Hambley, the Quarrying drama. I don't know why. I watch him, but not anymore. But I use that as a distraction. The Quartering drama. And pray for Jeremy Hambley, the Quartering. He's a YouTuber. He's going through a lot of crap. He's an addict. He's a pill popper and an alcoholic, and he's just going off the rails. And just have your prayers, thoughts and prayers go out to him so he can get help before something worse happens to him, like he's gonna die. And all these channels are just like mocking him and whatever, and it's cringe to watch, because here's some of these channels they're mocking him, they're laughing at him, whatever, and they're going after him. And I hope to God he doesn't kill himself. You know what I mean? Because if anybody goes through that, what they're doing to him, he's shutting down every, like, he's not on X anymore. He actually deleted a lot of the videos from one channel, but now he's being sued. It's like a class action lawsuit against Jeremy because he deleted a lot of this one channel's videos and whatever, and it's just a whole big mess, I mean, he put himself in that situation, okay? But for them just to try to, poking the bear, and mocking him, the guy's sick, okay? He's sick psychologically and all that stuff. And then, hi, Mama Snoop, how are you? Welcome back to the Queen's Light Brigade. How are you? Welcome to Monday Night Raw, episode 2. Hi, Mimi. Let me give you a hug. And after that, we're going to go in. Because it's kind of dark out here. Can't you tell? Oh, wow. No, I'm not going to stay out. Say hi, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, wait. Mimi says, is your husband in good health now with you? How's your mental health, honey? Like this. All right, and wait, hold on. And Toasty's like, hi, Jim.
Hello.
Can we just show your shirt? I don't think they can see it. Wait.
Well, right there. Well, that's going to be backwards because
I know. I'm sure they can read backwards, especially if they're drunk. That's his shirt.
Yeah, I can't.
Or maybe hold on.
Vic,
well, we're gonna go in anyway.
Really?
But, yeah,
so
we are.
coming out here was a waste.
No, it wasn't. No, here, wait. All right, but I can.
No, you're not showing it.
Oh, here.
No, I'm off camera.
Oh yeah.
Hold down, Vic. There.
Can you see his shirt now?
That's about as. Yeah, that's about as.
There we go.
That's all they're going to get.
Just say hi. All right, here, help me get all this stuff in, please. What does it say? It says, I don't always listen to my Jersey wife, but when I do, they tend out to work out better. All right, honey? All right, so let's go in the house. We're going in the house, guys, like we usually do. I'm not talking loud, this is how I talk. And I can't, well, what the heck? Oh, man. Oh,
These. Okay.
All right, here we go. We're getting back in the house. We're taking a walk. Maybe we'll run to Bigfoot. Or maybe an alien. Who knows? Or a possum. Oh, that's right. Now that possum in my short that I put up today, he lives underneath the house. I think. Right, honey?
Well, he stays around here, yeah.
Yeah, he stays around. And we're almost to the house. And my back's killing me. And
keep going. Don't slow down.
oh boy. Ow, my shit. Woo! Oh, I'm sorry, Pawnee. There's Pawnee. She loves sitting there. There's Lunar. Hi, Lunar. There's Pawnee.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna.
You're Cheyenne.
All right, hold on, guys. Woo! My back, my back, my back, my back. Sorry, Pony. Mama has to sit down. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, turn off your phone. The light.
I know. I'm gonna turn. Now you see me? No, you don't. Now you see? Oh, you still see me because the light's on in here. Aha! Man, hold on. There you go. All right. So, I just want to say to everybody, water, Cynthia, water. I'm drinking coffee. No Java Monster. I do miss my Java Monster, I'll admit. Because Java Monster is the only rocket fuel for this rock queen. Hell yeah! But anyway, so Mama Snoop says, my sister feeds the possums. Well, so do we. We have 3 other cats underneath the house. And in fact, you know what? Hold on. I don't know if, can you, oh my God. Can you see? Yeah, he's looking out. Hold on. What the heck? There. Well, Tozy, I have some coffee brewing. If you want some, help yourself. How many possums does she feed? There's actually a YouTube channel that actually records, or this guy feeds these raccoons, but he feeds them like packs of hot dogs and everything else. Well, ask my husband. He's the cook, Diesel. How are you? Welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. I'll bring coffee for you to try with me. Do you like your coffee black? There was a time where I used to drink my coffee straight black with a lot of sugar. Not sure. It depends. I believe sometimes sometimes new babies. Only black, no sugar for me. I get all kinds of ways. I'm gonna tell you. You're gonna. All right. Hold on. I was in this one rehab, and they banned coffee. You can have decaf coffee, but not regular coffee, right? So you know what I did? My mother, she's gonna kill me for this. All right, my boyfriend, and my mother okay, they would go to Costco's, get Folgers coffee that was like for or whatever. We would fill it in sandwich bags, right? And we would sell the bags of coffee for $5. There was one time where this girl, her name was Roseanne, who bought a whole 8-ounce jar of Folgers for $40. No joke. So I was like the queen pin of Java. Yeah. And people would just, they would hide the coffee and stuff, but and I did get busted a couple times and stuff, but they would just pour it in a styrofoam cup, and we went out for a smoke break or whatever and stuff. There was a faucet out there and whatever, and they would turn on and they would drink it raw, like just cold, like I had this fancy small batch coffee grown on the volcano and volcanic soil from Mount Kenya in Africa. It's roasted by some random dude named Philip. You bet. What? Prince Philip? You know who Prince Philip is, right? You remember Silk Road on the internet? I never bought from there, but I know a couple people that have, that did a long time ago, but I'm telling you guys, by the way, things are becoming, with gas prices going up, with inflation, with food, even for medication or whatever. We might have to grow our own coffee. We might have to buy a couple of cows and pigs and chickens. I would never, I'm going to say this, I love my cows. And even if we had 2 cows, I would not slaughter them for hamburger meat. I love my cows too much. My nephew-in-law loves to garden. He's a pothead. All right, but he likes to garden. He's been working at for like 10 years. And he's a good gardener and stuff. He doesn't grow pot on this property because it's our property, and he did it once, and Jim was like, no. Yeah. But Jason should have a YouTube channel for people that love to grow garden vegetables and all that stuff. Go ahead. Be my guest. I love how people, come in on here and say certain things. It amuses me. They don't know who they're messing with. Right, Cynthia? Mama? Mama, my grandmother had an old-fashioned coffee pot, okay? It was a tin coffee pot, like this big, and she would fill it up with coffee grinds, right? And put the water, and she would do it on the stove. And that was the best tasting coffee. Even like with the electric, I know what you're talking about. The old-fashioned coffee pots. I had a lot of coffee commitments when I was in AA in the beginning. It got me more involved with AA and the program and to get to know people more, you know. There's another place I went to for rehab, and they actually had French press coffee. It was a coffee machine. And you could have, like, you know, medium roast, dark roast, whatever. And it was so good with the creamer and just, Of course, I was paying for it, you know what I mean? But yeah, it was a vending machine, and you can actually see the coffee drop down, being pressed, and just, you know, it was freaking awesome. Cheers, guys. Yeah. What? Let me ask you, Mama, where did you go to rehab? If you don't mind me asking. Chewing gum! What you chewing tonight? Yeah, what? Hide that fighter, sister. Bam! Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Wait, chewing gum. Chewing gum. Cyber, chewing gum. Love hug. I used to love Big Red chewing gum. Anyway, but Northwest Ohio. Is it still there today? It was rocktastic. How was your day, chewing gum? Thank you, Kathy. I truly appreciate you. Let me welcome you to the Queen's Light Brigade. Here. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate it, Kathy. Kathy Cyber, welcome hug. Yeah. It's probably changed her name, right? Yes, the Queen's Light Brigade. We are trying to create a wildfire change to diminish the darkness of the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. This community is a safe place for others that want to talk about the recovery from drugs and alcohol, their recovery from mental illness, even from back issues, pain issues or whatever. We help each other out by talking, by uplifting each other, by staying strong with each other, by just, being good human beings. That's what this is all about. We're trying to create a wildfire change and set the world on fire on what we're doing here. That's what it's all about. Way to go, Kathy. Way to go. You know what? I have to move my table. Way to go. Please congratulate Kathy on her sobriety, and please congratulate Mama Snoop for her sobriety too. Way to go. Cyber recovery hug. Keep on. You know what, Kathy? I hear you. Do you go through panic attacks? See how everybody's congratulating you, Kathy? And Mama Snoop. And Toasty. I love you all. I hope you know that. And you make me so proud of each and every one of you on what you are building on the stream. It's not me. It's you guys. It's you guys. No. But Kat, and then Kathy, at any time, and that goes for each and every one of you, if you're going through a hard time, whether it be you're maybe struggling with depression, maybe suicidal thoughts, and May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and their campaign is Good Days Are Being Together. And guess what we're doing? We're being together. Hi, Levi. How are you? Welcome back, brother. But for all of you, okay, if you're going through a hard time and you don't know who to talk to or whatever, you can always reach me. I'm always on call. On my videos, you could put urgent and whatever, okay? Maybe say something on the comments about what you're going through. Or you can actually reach me through my email. And by doing that, you put urgent on the subject line and the topic. Actually, Dispan, I hate to point him out, but he actually did that. And I don't know if it helps him or not, but I love you, Dispan. You know that. All right, wait. What am I wearing? I don't know if you can. It's about addiction. I don't know if you can read it. And it talks about recovery also. The hot flashes bring it on. Extreme stress adds to them as well. Yeah, and you know what? I go through the same thing. When I'm going through a stressful situation, like my back, I have bad back pain. And when it gets to a certain level, forget it. I'm like off to the races, shooting to the moon with my panic attacks. So it's like a double whammy. But I can feel myself get all flushed when I'm stressed out about something. That's why you have to drink water. Put these in the freezer and stuff. So when you go through hot flashes, right, you can just put them on your forehead or your neck and just lean back and put it on your neck and everything. Toasty, I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Prayers. I went through it for like 2 straight years and finally got on meds, and that I say saved me. Good thing, right? And you were strong in your recovery too, right, Mama? A lot of people, a lot of women self-medicate, and you know that. You know, the soccer moms, and, you know, that's stereotypical, I'm sorry. But, yeah. They just put me on a anti-anxiety. I've been on it before. It's called Buspar. And I still have panic attacks, especially if I fall or whatever. But, you know, I feel like it's helping. You know, I still go through panic attacks, but at least it's, you know, not. That didn't work for you? Zoloft makes me have the Hershey squirts. Yeah, I can't take that. Cynthia, no! Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Cynthia's going. Little Miss Greener's going. Good night, everyone. Love you all. God bless you all. May peace and live be with you. All good night, Queen. Love you, girl. I love you too, Cynthia. Cyber love. Good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. I love you. Thanks. Yeah. All right. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm behind. Hold on. All right. So, Toasty's like, thanks. Yeah. It's really bad. Like, even my sleeping is bad. I went to bed at 8 a.m., was up by 10 a.m. I have social and separation anxiety. I was talking about my sleeping habits, actually. Wait, hold on. Kathy's like, I self-medicate with 420. I can't do any pills because I'm addicted to pills. I can't take any. If you talk to your doctor, maybe they'll help you out. But sometimes it's like a crapshoot. It didn't work for me. I take Zoloft. I take Zoloft too. We should call you guys the Z team, right? The Z team. You get it? Wait. No, I have Prozac. I was on Prozac. I'm gonna tell you, 99.9% of people in Jersey are on Prozac. It's like Prozac Nation there. I'm just kidding. I take 150 milligrams at bedtime. Good night, Cynthia. I don't have a doctor, no insurance. I hear you with that, Kathy. I took Prozac a year ago. Kathy, I'm gonna I can empathize with you with that. We have no insurance. Back in July, Jim left his job because it was too much for him, whatever. He's been taking care of me, okay? My mental health provider, my mental health community center helps me out with my medication. So maybe if if you can, and they have different programs. Hold on, guys. Sorry. All right. Oh no! Oh no! No! Oh my God! Oh. Hold on. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know how to. Yeah, but oh, jeez. I think I put Toasty in timeout by accident. I'm crap. And I don't know. I did that once before with Sherry and stuff. And now I'm. Oh boy. I don't know how I can reverse it because I'm trying. This happened with Sherry the other night and stuff. And I felt so bad. And wait, one. Hold on. No. Oh my God. Yeah. I hate when I make mistakes like that. Okay? I did with Sherry. She came back on here tonight. And she's like, I forgive you. She knew, and it's just I have. That's why QI gamer. Yeah, but I can't. I have to do it later. What do you game? What game do you like? Hey, listen to me. If I made that mistake with you, would you be upset with me? No. Well, I guess we would have to try it out then. Kathy, I guess we have to try it out, huh? You don't game? Yeah, let's try that out and see what happens. Because I love to talk. Talk. And believe me, when I get cut off, oh boy. I want. How are you, gamer? Kathy, so you stream too? Oh, you stream too? I'm rocktastic. I'm a little upset with myself that I put Toasty in timeout by accident and stuff, and rookie mistake. The joys of streaming, I'm telling you. You do? Wow! What do you stream about? What do you stream about? All right, hold on. Hold on. You're an Uber driver. Kathy's like, don't be upset with yourself. You wouldn't be upset with me if I did that to you, so don't be upset with yourself. So what's the most interesting? I'm subbing to you, but I saw the stupid. I still have the flashlight on still. Wait, all right, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, shoot. All right, now let's get back to business here. All right, hold on. Oh. Get it, Kathy. Is that your tag? All right. I know. Wait a minute. We're getting off track here. Hold on. I'm getting there. That's what I said last night. Wink, wink. I'm just saying. Early in the morning, I stream at all times myself too. All right, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm getting there. Good channel. I'm on it now. Okay? Here, wait. I want you to see this. All right? Ta-da! There you go. Oh, hold on. So you live in Cincy, huh? And I see you, gamer. Thanks for showing up, gamer. You live in an RV? Oh my. I have something for you. But this RV is like over like, we just like $100,000 or something. It was like pure like posh, like what Donald Trump would be in. And all that. All right, wait. You stream for 11 hours. I can beat you. I can actually beat you. I've streamed for like 14 hours. But I don't do that now because of health issues and stuff like that. We got a 13 class coachman accounted for. Alright, so when I was in my band, we lived in a trailer park. Yeah, I guess we're trailer park trash. And we actually had a coachman camper. It was really small. we had to like sleep on the table and everything. You know how that is. I streamed for 14 hours. YouTube stops retain footage after 12 hours. I didn't know that. You know you can go on Twitch, right? If you get Streamlabs Ultra, you can actually simultaneously go on, like, say, Twitch, and then YouTube, and then X, and then Instagram, and everything else and stuff. Yeah, but Mama Soup, that coachman campers were what? That was a big deal, right? My brain can only handle so much now, Queen. Or what? Does it? Wait, hold on. Does it glitch? Do you have brain farts? Like, you know, like, you know what I'm talking about? They are. I'll admit it, but ours was really run down after we were done with it. Yeah, like, you know, yeah, like that, yeah. I go through it a lot myself. Trust me. Especially when I hear Streamlabs ding all the time. Ding, ding. I mean, I can't get it work and ding like that. Ding. Do I have rage? I don't know. I don't. In my addiction, I had rage. Yes. I mean, I was off the chart. Yeah. Yeah. My band was called Vicious Bite. It was back in the 80s. And I was a handful of female drummers back at that day. Spank, 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 spank. Yes. Hi, Colin. How are you? Yeah, rage doesn't get you anywhere. Well, it does get you somewhere. It gets you either locked up in jail or committed in a psych ward. Thanks, gamer. Oh, really? Are they in a band too? Or no, they... Yeah, well, this is my signature. He drums. Why don't you roll... Wait a minute. Why don't you roll that RV to Rocklahoma? How about that? Roll that RV down here. I can't... I can't drum anymore because I have rotator cuff issues, neck problems. Uh, I used to really pound the double bass a lot and everything, and I actually have bone splinters and everything. Uh, with my left ankle, I almost lost my left ankle from a ATV accident in 2007. I've had 8 surgeries on my ankle, and yeah, the last time I drummed was uh, July 4th, 10 years ago. No, it was 9 years ago. 9 or 8 years ago. And I had a drum set. I used to play on whatever. And then we were moving all the stuff around in my studio, in the Wildfire studio. And so we gave my drum set to his cousin, and his house was foreclosed on, and guess what happened? I should have been dead years ago, gamer. Seriously. I thought I was going to die with a needle on my arm. My husband plays acoustic guitar. I actually have a tongue drum. My husband bought 2 years ago, and all that, and I fooled around with it, and for some reason or not, I should really take that out. Gamer's like a drum machine for sure. I make beats. I actually wanted to show Rock Queen my YouTube. You have a YouTube channel too? You know what I do? I actually go on Suno. I know it's AI. I know. Oh, AI. Whatever. Okay? But I do write songs with my own lyrics, by the way. And then Suno AI, does the instrumentals and, the composition and everything else and stuff. Well, look for Rocket Queen 71, Kathy. And that's good to get your feelings out and everything else and stuff. What secret AI, gamer? Don't put any links down. I'll tell you that much. But what's my favorite what? AI? Well, I like Suno. I love you, Kathy. Hold on. I love you. And yeah. Hold on. Say hello to your partner for me, okay? Maybe we'll have a drum off somehow. Whatever. But Kathy, thanks for dropping by. Welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. You rock, sister. And be careful with the Uber. Be careful. We don't want nothing to happen to you. All right. I should get No vacation. All right, gamer. All right, wait. Gonna say the Rocket Queen. All right, so what AI do you use? I usually use OpenAI, AI, and that program was so wonky. I was putting more money into creations that weren't worth anything. I used to use Night Cafe. I use Kling, Hey Jen. Yeah, but see, I can't do that. I can't use like what, Happy Face? What's that? It's like, hey, what's up? You ready for a drum off? Come on, let's do it, boy. How are you? And welcome to the Queen Fight Brigade. You think you have a fun stream? I think you're right. I'll take your word for it. Well, I'm glad you did, gamer. How are you? What should I call you? Drummer? Should I call you DG? Drummer guy? I'm talking I'm talking to Kathy Southwestern. So should I call you a partner, DG drummer guy? Or what? You have an awesome partner, by the way. It's Rocket Queen 71. Sawyer? Like Tom Sawyer? Well, isn't that a Southwestern name? Like the band Sawyer Brown. Have you ever heard of the band Sawyer Brown? They were actually on Star Search and they won. Tom Sawyer, like the song by Rush. Well, it comes from something different. Oh, all right. Wait, hold on. Wait, Kathy. Sawyer. It's like Sawyer. Like, was his father like a magician, and he would saw your mother in half? You get it? Saw your. No, that's a dumb joke. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, like a lumberjack. I'll saw your tree down. Good song by Rush. Yep. Well, nice to meet you, Sawyer. What, Sawyer, mother in half? Listen, I'm from Jersey, okay? We love telling jokes. Well, he says that now, Kathy. He says that now, but later on it might be a different story. I'm just kidding. You're from the Wild West. I'm from the wild state of New Jersey, the armpit of the Union. I play music on here when I'm in my studio. I'll push the envelope a little bit, but I've been tagged a lot by YouTube. Rocklahoma, baby, Rocklahoma. Originally from Jersey. Thanks to my husband, I'm here. A lot of times I feel like I'm Dorothy from the Wizard of Oz because I'm in Tornado Alley. Yeah. Lifeline, 1981. Alright, so we're gonna say this. 5 ants rent an apartment. 5 ants live there. That makes 10 ants. I love you guys when you come up with this stuff. It puts joy in my heart. You know what I mean? It's silly, fun stuff. You know, people are so serious nowadays. They don't have a sense of humor. They forgot to laugh. They have forgotten to laugh or to have fun. You know, everything's so serious now. You know what I mean? Well, glad to have met you too. And I'll check out your channel, Kathy and Sawyer. I love you too, Kathy and Sawyer. Sawyer. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say for Sawyer. Kathy and Sawyer, cyber love hug. And that's no sauce either. We love you. People aren't like that. It's just the internet. Am I sorting? No, you're just gamer. Gamer. Oh, I was gonna. Oh, here. Hold on. Gamer. There. I haven't gamed in a couple of days and stuff. The last game I played was Pinball FX. The Williams Pinball Tables Volume 10. So I haven't played any like GTA 5 or the Call of the Hunter of the Wild or Fortnite or Battlefield. I am the queen of Battlefield, don't you forget it. You know, I haven't done any of that. Why does it matter? Why does it matter, gamer? Yeah, that's the only phone that's working. Gamer, you were talking about AI. with the large language models. I can't. I use ChatGPT. I've used Claude here and there and whatever, but it's like if I go to Happy Face, what's that? That was open source. I can't do that. I can't do the open source. You know why? Because my computer can't handle it. I have a lot of apps on here that are pretty much trash, I think. I have too many apps on my phone. They're making an app for everything. Now, for Christians, and it's like Twitter, but it's only for Christians or whatever. And it's like, come on. But you for that app, they'll give you 3 days for free, but then you have to pay $5 a month. But they have no ads, but yet you're paying $5 a month for it, you know? I've done the Pirate Bay thing too. I know what torrents are, and thanks to my son, I know a little bit about it, but I don't do that anymore. I'm out of it. You would have a good conversation with my son. You knew I was the queen. I'm right up there with Queen Elizabeth. And Adriana. Look up Adriana Rocket Queen and you'll find out why. Life is beautiful, guys. Life is beautiful. You know, thanks for showing up here. I totally appreciate each and every one of you. That's what the Queen's Light Brigade is all about. We're trying to create a wildfire of change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, guys, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. You know, we can't get sucked up into the darkness or get blindsided or brainwashed by the white noise. You know, you see it on YouTube now where there's a lot of crap going on. You know, with the lies, with the drama, like with the quartering, the drama there. I mean, if you like drama, you know, and that's what floats your boat, okay. But it's all noise. It really is. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Most likely, sounds like your son is teaching you how to navigate the wild west of the internet. He used to. Right now, he's fighting another battle in Portland. So, but I think he would be proud of me because I could figure things out myself. You know, I often think about that. I figure things out by myself when it comes to like maybe technical glitches or whatever. You know, but I think he would be proud of me. And please have your thoughts and prayers go out to my son. He's battling meth and fentanyl and alcoholism. In Portland, Oregon, he's homeless. And let's pray that he gets the help he needs. What makes me mad, Queen? the state of the world. People have no decency anymore. People don't have respect for people anymore. They don't have any compassion for people. You know, it's you have to watch out on the internet when it comes to, if you want to be a part of a crew. I have to say this. And I'm not trying to be a drama queen, but I was a part of the crew for a while, and stuff, and I put a lot of time and effort into that crew. I want to put more time in that crew, and I was a part of a panel one day. Okay, I'm trying to be classy with this whole thing. And that day I talked about my son being addicted to fentanyl and meth and all that stuff, and because I was really having a hard time with it. You know? So I talked about him, and this one troll comes in, Hector, and he was saying it to the whole panel, okay? And then this one guy that was on the panel with me saying, well, I had your mother. I was like, ha ha ha. And that guy's a pothead, by the way. And so Hector says, well, you look like a Democrat. And I shot back and said, well, you look like a Democrat because you're acting like a jackass. And everybody on this crew's panel says, oh, that's going out of line. Oh, that's it, you know, whatever. And they actually, like, yeah. That makes me mad. It's a jackass. They're demonic. And so are the Republicans, by the way. It's not just one-sided. And we don't talk about politics on here anymore that much. I mean, we talked about, like, Trump's alien files, you know, and all that. But that was just for fun. It's for another show. It gets too heated. And people, they don't use common sense, okay? They expect you to respect their opinion, but they force it on you. God forbid if you disagree with them on certain things. And it's like, oh, disrespect, you know, whatever, and they go off. And it's all noise because, you know what? They're not working for us, the government. They're working for themselves to fill their pockets. You know what I mean? I think it's important to have a dialogue. Yeah, but just like with mental illness, you have to have a dialogue about it. You have to try to break the stigma of addiction and mental illness. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and their campaign is Good Days Are Being Together, and that's what we're doing. You know, people come here to be uplifted, to share their experience and hope with others too. That's the only reason why this stream is up. I don't do this for the money. And yeah, if you look at my other streams, I do talk a lot about politics. Okay? But if people are so closed-minded about certain things, it's like talking to a drunk. Restore, how are you doing? We are humans, but a lot of humans nowadays don't have respect, don't have empathy for people, don't have compassion, don't have decency. They rather, cause a lot of drama and all that. It's okay to have a different opinion about certain things. It's okay to have a different opinion about religion or lack of religion or whatever. It's okay. But don't push it on people. I have a faith. I do talk about God a lot on here. And speaking of which, hold on. Yeah, and restore, yes. People don't know how to communicate anymore with each other. They have to do it by phone or text or to show you how they feel, they have to show an emoji. They don't know how they feel, or they don't want to feel that way, so they self-medicate. Oh, sorry. My generation, they grew up with the internet. Yeah, we had Atari, but we didn't have the internet. And then the next generation partially grew up with the internet. And then the next generation grew up with the internet entirely. And that's what's screwing up everybody's brains. Our whole world, our brains are just becoming mush because of this crap. You know what I mean? Thanks, gamer. It's like the song by U2. It was a very popular song back in the 80s. And it's called I Still Haven't Found What I'm Looking For. That was back in the 80s. Now, okay, I think that song is prevalent and stuff. Because all we do is scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll, right? And all that. And they think the phone is God. Because of the white light and just scroll, 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 right? And God is really being pushed out of the world. Now that Charlie Kirk got assassinated and stuff, I'm just saying, faith has made a resurgence or a revival, but will that last? I don't think so. I agree. Everyone is in their own little world on their phones. I'm sorry you just had to go through that restore. I apologize. The guy was a jerk, but and look what's happening to. They had a news story a few years ago, and it was yeah, they don't hurt me either. They just push the algorithm and stuff. The joke's on them. Anyway, so they had a news story, and the reporter was Cynthia Snow. And for I think for maybe the Today Show or whatever, okay? And so Cynthia Snow sat down with these kids in a playground. And she asked these kids, do you think your parents are on their phones too much? Oh, because of the glasses, right, Kevin? Anyway, so So all these kids raised their hand. Yeah, our parents are on their phones too much. What does that tell you? And the one kid said, yeah, my parents are on their phones so much, it's like, it's hard to talk to them. Or even when you see a family in a restaurant, right, and all they are is on their phones. No communication, nothing. It's the breakdown of the family. You know, and that's why a lot of families are being estranged from each other because it's either about politics or whatever minute problem there is with them. Well, I'm from Jersey. What do you expect? Hey, how you doing, Kevin? Welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. Yeah. It was all planned that way, too. Just like one of the Facebook creators did the heart, and he did an interview. He quit Facebook. And he says, I wish I never made that with a heart, like because it affects your dopamine. That's why you have to put the phone down and maybe read a book. What do you like to know? I'm just gonna say this. Okay? I appreciate you coming here, okay? That's not your car. I'm just gonna say this. Trump was bought by the system. He's not for America first. Yes, it does. Gut pusher. Addiction does not discriminate. But I want to say another thing too. Donald Trump, okay, really played on the emotions of the American people after that assassination attempt. Okay? Especially when he used Corey, the firefighter that died in I can't think of the name now. It's not Blairstown. No. But after he almost got killed in Pennsylvania and stuff, and at the RNC, he had Corey's equipment, fire equipment, and he hugged it. It's all for a photo op. Okay? He should have Corey's gear in that Oval Office. So, you know, Trump's a megalomaniac, just like Gaddafi was, just like Saddam Hussein. Oh, she had issues. Yeah, Trump, I mean, the first term he was for the American people, okay? But he really got bought out by the billionaires this time around, okay? He really did. And with that Doge, like with Elon Musk, they're trying to weed out and see what was going on with the spending and all that. Did any arrests happen after that? No. You know what I mean? What was the point of that? All that? We're still going to be trillions in debt. And we're talking about politics. Everybody voted for Trump the first time around against Hillary Clinton because of what she did with her emails and stuff, right? Well, look what happened, I think back in 2000... Hold on. I think 2006, John Edwards, he was a senator from North Carolina, and his wife Elizabeth had cancer, and while she was dying of cancer, John Edwards used his campaign funds to fly out to see this girl, Ariel, or whatever. Yeah! He went to court. Did he get... he went to court. Did he get put in jail? No. And that Ariel... that Ariel is married to the lead guitarist in Journey now. Alan Schoen. Like, what? But everybody felt sorry for Elizabeth. So, you know, you don't know what's true anymore or what's fake anymore. You know, it's like with this canal, right? Oh, they have the blockade up. Oh, they don't have the blockade up. They, you know, it's all mixed messages, and they do it for a reason. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, whatever they do, they do. Tesla, the band Tesla, wrote a song back in 1990 or 1991 called Government Personnel. I suggest you actually listen to that song. It's all true. That song is prevalent today. Even with the song they wrote, Freedom Slaves, on that album. Listen to that. My suggestion is to you guys is, all right, so it's by the, sorry about that. So, the band is Tesla, and the song is Government Personnel. And there's another song right after that on that album called Freedom Slaves. I love chickpeas, by the way. And my father's name was Alonzo. I don't know. Tell me, Alonzo. Humor me. They're the same thing. Trump, wait a minute. Trump didn't have a whatever. Hi, Arsenio. Hi, I love Tesla, and those songs are great. And it rings true today, right? I used to party with those guys back in the 80s. JK's my brother, boy, and stuff. And they're still coming out with hit songs. You know, they're the most underrated rock band. Okay? And they should have been inducted to the Hall of Fame, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. JK's from Oklahoma. I'm originally from Jersey, in case you haven't noticed. But JK's from Oklahoma, but he looks sickly looking, okay? And they just did a remake of the song I Love You. And I swear JK has cancer and stuff, the way he looks right now. But, yeah. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a joke. Tesla should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But look how long it took Iron Maiden to get into the Hall of Fame. And they're snubbing them. They're saying a big fuck you to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Iron Maiden, because, you know, come on. Arsenio, when I'm in my Wildfire studio, I play their song. I play their song All About Love. It's all about love. Before every live stream, I play that song. Because their lyrics, look what's happening in the world today. Well, tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, I'll go to my Wildfire studio, and hopefully you'll be there, and I can show you this. Thank you, Snowgar. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Welcome to the Wildfire, and welcome to the Queens Light Brigade. We got a fish, dude. Yeah, how big is a fish? Or are you going to tell me a fish tail? Uh-huh. What's up? How's it going, Air Force man? You ready to fly? Well, thank you, Arsenio. You know what? Hold on. Let me give you a cyber hug. Thank you, Arsenio. Cyber, well, thank you, hug. Thank you. I truly appreciate you. I mean that. Yeah, when I do this on my phone, it's raw and naked. Like, I had no intros or nothing. You know, it's just raw. Hold on. I can't. Oh, wow. I'm just gonna call you Mama. What are we getting up to tonight? We're just talking. We're just talking and oh, thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment. What are you up to, Mama? Have you seen any UFOs around your neck of the woods? Oh, man. Too funny. So, in case you don't know me, I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Rocklahoma. And so, I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. And the only reason why I stream is so I can help others. So I can share my experience, strength, and hope with you guys that you too can have a better life without the drugs, without the alcohol, and the mental illness can be managed if you're own best advocate. Yes, I have, or maybe they're weather control drones. There's a lot of drones. You know, look what happened a couple years ago in Jersey. I'm from Jersey, by the way. Originally from Jersey. I'm living in Rocklahoma. Yeah. Thank you. I truly appreciate that. And when everybody says, you know, congrats on my sobriety or whatever, it keeps me grounded. Because that's what I do this for. I don't do this for the money, fame, nothing like that. You know, a lot of people that know me, that come on here, they'll tell you that. A lot of people, because of the drama, what's going on YouTube or whatever, they want a... Hi, Glenn, how are you? Welcome to the Wildfire. Welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. I should have been dead a long time ago. I lost everything in my addiction. You know, and a lot of people nowadays, because of the drama, what's going on, spiritual warfare in the world, you know, what's going on the internet, whatever, they are looking for a safe place just to hang out, just to talk about their recovery, maybe talk about their struggling with recovery, whatever, or they're struggling with drugs. I'm rocktastic. And a lot of people are wanting that connection. And they can't get through YouTube. Because a lot of these YouTube streamers, they're just like, you know what I mean? They'll tell you anything you want to hear for the money. Or whatever. But that's not me. Mama says, I don't know, something flies up into the clouds with a worse sound, and then there is what I would call lightning, except it's solid silent, no sound thunder. There's a pressure shift and it flies down. Could be aliens, but I'm not seeing that in my life. I have a feeling it's a drone. A few years ago, I got my husband a drone. It was like a toy drone. And he took it out to, you know, to play with it. And I think it got caught up in the tree. And that was the end of that. So do you believe in aliens? How do you feel about the Trump alien files drop? Hi, Ryan. Welcome. How you doing? You believe it? If you believe in aliens, you know, that's your opinion. You know, I only believe in one alien. You know what alien that is? E.T. 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 Woo. That's the only alien I believe in. E.T. Well, Steven Spielberg is actually coming out with a movie called Disclosure, and it's very funny that when Trump is dropping these alien files and stuff, that the movie Disclosure is to come out. So there's a conspiracy theory right there, guys. For you that are conspiracy theorists, I'm not one of them. I'm a critical thinker, but I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But when I was a kid, I told somebody on the stream earlier, when I was a kid and when my grandfather was going to take me to school, I was walking down the sidewalk and I swear I saw, it looked like a garbage can lid, okay? But I never saw one since, so, Yes! Yes! Mama, yes! And Mama says, I don't feel I'm a conspiracy theorist, just an independent thinker. And people don't like that! Right, Mama? Because they'll try to force their opinion on you to make you think you're not an independent thinker. That's why a lot of people are not talking or communicating. It gets lost in translation, right? People get so unhinged. They hear you, but they don't listen to you. Listening and hearing are, different things. Yeah! Maybe not in aliens. Maybe they have two separate brains. Right? But anyway, yeah. I'm just grateful that my brain is not fried with all the drugs I did. I never did acid. I valued my brain too much. Go figure. But, but people have forgotten to use common sense with certain things, right? And they believe everything on the internet. But if something doesn't make sense, that means something's not right. Yes, they feel unsafe when you challenge the things they accept to tolerate the abuse they've felt by people or by the system. Hi, Mr. Big Pen, how are you? Oh, so am I. I'm living the dream in Oklahoma. I'm glad I got out of Jersey when I did. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to Queen's Light Brigade. So they lash out at you for pointing what's right in front of all of us. Denial makes them feel safe. They don't, and Mama, they don't want to hear the truth. They rather be lied to. And just like you said, when the truth is right in front of them, it's like, no. It's still a lie. That's not facts right there. Right? What? There's nobody in my window. It looks like it. It's not. Maybe it's Bigfoot or an alien. Hi, Ken. How are you? Mr. Big Pen. Truther. Hello. Welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. How can you afford a carnivore diet in 2026? I can barely afford eating meals 3 times a week. Lots of eggs and chicken. I fast here and there. Yep. Where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. I'm originally from Jersey. I met my husband on Xbox. Go figure. Yeah, it's silly. Maybe it's an alien. Maybe it's Bigfoot. So that would be Kansas or Arkansas, right? I don't know who Ann Ramsey is. How you doing, Big Al? Whereabouts in Kansas? Are you by Wichita? I'm doing fantastic. I am doing very well, thank you. I almost lived in Wichita years ago. My mom's company closed down. She worked for Aircraft Radio. Or she worked for Cessna in Jersey. And so they wanted her to move to Wichita, Kansas. And good thing she didn't, because I think that that place closed down too. Yeah, I have. It's owned by Boeing. And there's a lot of crashes too with these Cessna planes. Now, my mother worked for Aircraft Radio. Then it turned to Cessna. This happened in Boonton, New Jersey, right? And so, like, with that Greg Biffle crash that happened in Statesville, North Carolina, it was a Cessna. And I think it was made in the 1980s. I'm like, oh my God. Some of the parts that my mom put in there probably were in that plane. Exit 38. It's funny you asked that. Wait, where are you from, Mama? My husband used to work for Nordam. And Nordam used to make the Gulfstream planes and other like planes, like even for Air France. But now, because of the economy, how it's going, they're laying off people and everything, I think. Are you serious? Mama, don't. Look at my shorts. Look at my shorts. 14A. Yeah. I think you saw something in my shorts. That's where Don's from. Don the Song. I'm glad I got out of Jersey when I did, though. No more new wars meant no more new jobs. Gap, yeah. And then AI's taking over, right? It's all because of the warmongers and government and all that stuff. The war industrial complex. And they want, and the thing is, they want to spend $40 billion on going around the moon, right? Did they see any aliens there? Come on, right? But Wichita has Cessna and Boeing, which bought out Spirit. Learjet. Yeah, Spirit's going under too. Yeah, well, look at Dick Cheney. Right? He's dead now. But look at Dick Cheney with Halliburton. Dick Cheney, the vice president of George Bush, was connected to Halliburton, and Halliburton was rebuilding Iraq, right? Damage, how old are you? I'm not a wrestling fan, I'm really not. Really? I'm 21. I'm 21 with 34 years experience. So, mister, did you work overseas? And Mama says because the technology for seamless moon really isn't fully developed. Yeah, for AI, right? You're 42? Like I said, I'm 21. 21 forever, baby! Hell yeah! Yes, the Gulf of Mexico! High five there, Big Pen! I'm Bam! Yes, the Gulf of Mexico, not America. Gulf of Mexico. You're 38 and a half. Damage is 51 and still lives with his mom. Don't stop. Don't. I can have a sense of humor. I have a sense of humor. You've been 27 for 15 years. Well, Jack Benny, the old-time comedian, used to say he was 39 all the time. So when he died, everybody's like, all right, how old is he? He was like in his 90s when he died. But he always used to say he was 39 years old. Nothing wrong with living with your mom. Hope my little man never leaves. He can move a whole family in. Well, look at some cultures though. Like some Spanish cultures and the Indian Hindu culture or whatever. The whole family moves in. Like, you know, they take care of their mother-in-law and their, you know, whatever, right? Well, we do too here. We do too. You don't, damn it, you don't have a homeowners association, right? Those things are. Don Rickles was the best. Mr. Insult, right? Rodney Dangerfield. They don't make comedians like they used to, right? The Blues Brothers. R.I.P. John Belushi. Abbott and Costello. And Laurel and Hardy. Yeah. They invented single generation homes recently, so women are too exhausted from being solo, holding up a household on our own to overthrow the overlords. Oil and gas business, I have pretty much lived in hotels and oil rigs my entire life because when I was a child. Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin. Yeah. It's a shame what happened to Dean Martin. He lost his son. Right? I'm actually the street liaison. I'm responsible for all contracts for the street repairs and management. Boy, you're coming up with a lot of comedians. The Three Stooges. So out of all that are mentioned, which is your favorite comedian? Burns and Allen? Yeah. George Burns. Gracie Allen. People today are just a bunch of soft-ass pussies with characters sad. The Honeymooners, Art Carney and Jackie Gleason, with Joyce Rudolph and Oh, what's Alice's name? Oh, shoot. I'm trying to think of Alice's, the actress that played Alice. I got Joyce Rudolph right. She played Trixie, but, Audrey Meadows. That's her name. Audrey Meadows played Alice in The Honeymooners. I Love Lucy. Red Skeleton. Johnny Carson. Red Skeleton was his favorite. He was like a mentor to Johnny Carson. Up with all these shows, guys. They don't make TV shows like they used to, right? Oh no! Wait. Oh my God. By accident, guys, I actually put somebody in timeout, and I didn't mean to. Do I sing? Yeah. Hi, Ann. How are you? Welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. How are you? New York City was my stomping ground, but no. I'm originally from Jersey. Hi, David. Welcome back. Sweetie, you can get these on Amazon. 18. Night Rider, Mama. Night Rider. I love that show. With David Hasselhoff. Yeah. Welcome back, Carter. Talk about accents. New York accents. Brooklyn's in the house. I never really liked Welcome Back, Carter. And Gabe Kaplan, the guy that played the teacher, he's a degenerate gambler. He's a poker player. Yes, Love Boat. The Love Boat. That was on Friday night on ABC. What about Webster or Mr. Belvedere or The Facts of Life? Fantasy Island. The plane. The plane. So I never watched though because I was too young. Yeah. What's with all the TV shows? I guess we're trying to go back into time, right? Because that's where those times were the simpler and the best, right? Miami Vice, Facts of Life. Yeah. Milton Berle. How about Milton Berle? Those were the days, right? Not like today. What about the Andy Griffith Show? I actually went to Mayberry in North Carolina. Evelyn, Amos, and Andy. How do you know about Amos and Andy? Mary Hartman. Oh my God. Flipper, Magnum PI, Morgan. Yeah, now Tom Selleck is in that other show now, Blue Bloods. But I think that went off the air. I'm not too sure about that. Yeehaw! Yep. I used to watch that show, right? With Lloyd Clark and Buck Owens. Little Rascals. You know what, guys? Maybe tomorrow or maybe Friday night or whatever. I don't know. But maybe, when I go back in my Wildfire studio, if you bring up, say, Amos and Andy, the Burns Down Show, Melon World, whatever, we can pop that up on the screen. Yes! And John Schneider has a YouTube channel. And Tom Wopat used to live in West Milford, New Jersey. I had to have a big crush on John Schneider. Mr. Big, thank you. Let me give you a hug. Thank you. I appreciate you. Come back. It was a pleasure talking to you. Cyber, good night, hug. I had my kids watching Fraggle Rock. Oh my God! Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, The Muppet Show. The Muppet Show is so cool. Have you seen like the Muppets do like Christmas specials and stuff like that? And Miss Piggy was like a crack hoe or something like that, like an alcoholic. I mean, it was really bad. Thanks, Mr. Big. You rock, brother. I love you. I appreciate you. Stay safe. The Teletubbies. I don't think my kids watch that. They said that Winky or whatever was gay or something because he used to carry a purse or something like that. Yeah, that was a real weird kids show. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Yep. Mitchell, Thomas the Train? Yes. My son used to love Thomas the Train. Because they used to have those die-cast cars. And he used to love Thomas the Train. With George Carlin as the conductor. Yes. Peace out, Girl Scout. There you go. Scout's honor. You know the classic Rudolph. Yeah, we used to watch that when we were kids. And like with Frosty. Yeah, they need to bring Mr. Rogers back. Where am I? Guess. Paul, guess. Oh, I didn't know that, Mama. I had to look that up. Daniel the Tiger. Yeah. The land of make-believe, yep. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. They did bring back Daniel the Tiger, right? Wrong. Guess again. I'll give you 2 more guesses. Isn't that like an animated show, Mama? Wrong. Paul, wrong. You have 1 more. Don't hurt yourself by thinking too much. I'm like, I'm not gonna say. All right, it's well somewhere in between. I'll say that, Paul. I'll give you that much. Oh, Paul, I'm sorry. My thoughts and prayers go out to you. How old was she? I'm sorry. Losing a parent at any age is hard. I lost my father when I was 16. And right now, my mother is back home in a nursing home back in Jersey, and it's tough. But let me, you know what, Paul? Let me give you, let me give you. See how this community is. See how uplifting and supportive we are of one another. Hold on, Paul. Paul, I am so sorry. I'm giving you this cyber hug to give you strength and comfort and to knowing that your mother is in a better place. And I'm sure she'll be your guardian angel. Cyber love hug. There you go. Yes, I'm from Jersey, yes. I don't live there now. I'm glad I left when I did. Bob Ross. Argilla, what's up, boy? Hold on. Argilla! Cyber love hug. Mr. Rod. Wait, Mr. I thought you were going to bed. You were going to bed. Mr. Rogers, the actual person, was a special forces military Green Beret in Vietnam and had over 65 confirmed kills by himself, and did Mr. Rogers because of how bad it was over there. Are you sure? I have to look that up. I don't know. He was a like a he was sort of like a pastor, I think. Camden County, New Jersey. That's a rough neighborhood in Camden. They're trying to build it up, right? We're all wrapping the garbage state. No! Mama, it's called the armpit of the South. I mean, armpit of the Union. That's what Jersey is. The armpit of the Union. Jersey's strong, though. I'm going to tell you something, Mama. Everybody around here knows I'm from Jersey. My sister-in-law that just passed away about 2-3 years ago used to call me Yankee. Yankee girl. I am from Rocklahoma. Where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. Hee-haw! I used to go there. Did they shut that down? I love West Virginia too. I actually have a friend that lives there and stuff. Yep. Oklahoma. Hi, Wildheart. How are you? I've lived all over but grew up in Bayonne. Check out my shorts. There's Hold on. Are we live now? Hold on. Alright, hold on, guys. I'm trying, maybe you were talking about, Captain Kangaroo. Mister. Yes, I live in Oklahoma. Thanks, Zig. Amber waves of flowing green. Yeah. I love you, mister. Checking you, Big Pen. I wasn't seeing it, so thanks for owning the mistake. I was gonna spend more time on Mr. Rogers' bio than I have a reason to. Yeah, and you know what? He was man enough to say, you know what, I was wrong, I'm sorry. But how many people can say that nowadays, right? It's all about ego. How did I come? Wait, so what's your deal? How did you come to YouTube Live? Thank you, Zig. I appreciate the compliment. And welcome to the Queen's Light Brigade. I fall down rabbit holes. Oh, so do I. I fall down possums and raccoons. Alright, so for those that don't know, I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from Rocklahoma, New Jersey. Aha. Alright, wait. Alright, so scrolling your life away, huh? Like most of us do nowadays, right? It seems like it. So, I'm Rock Queen 71. I'm coming at you live from Rocklahoma. And I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. And I do this because I generally care about people. And I don't do this for the fame, the money, nothing like that. Because I see a lot of what's going out in the world with addiction, mental illness, a lot of stigma. A lot of people are just in a state of confusion. So I do this to help people. And this is a safe place, guys. Thank you, Zig. This is a safe place, guys. If you're struggling with drugs, alcohol, and or mental illness, or you're having problems struggling with life or whatever, this is a safe place, and we're here for each other. That's what the Queen's Light Brigade's all about. We are trying to create a wildfire of change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. Zig, I should have been dead years ago. Rocklahoma. Way to go, Della! Congrats! Yeah! Way to go! Everybody, give a big congrats to Della. Way to go! Thanks, Leslie. I should have been dead. But here, Della, I'm going to give you a cyber hug. Della, I'm proud of you. Keep on keeping on. Cyber love recovery hug. There you go. Rocklahoma.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Huh? Did you just scream?
I'm on the stream. Leslie says you sound so rough. Please know I have respect for you kicking the drugs. Well, I appreciate you being here, Leslie. Zig, I can still have a wild and crazy time. I can. Alright, wait, what? Mitchell was like, Jesus ain't done with you yet. That's why you're still here. He knows you're still good. Yeah, I truly believe that. He knew I had a voice, a loud, raspy, smoky, junky voice, you know, to help people, right? And I'm just going to say this, guys. If you need help, if you want to vent, and I know, you know, sometimes people don't want to bring their business to the internet. I get that. But you email me and vent to me, and maybe we could FaceTime each other or try to figure something out. Okay? I only want the best for you. Okay? So if you guys need help, take my hand. Just take it. I'll go along the journey with you. Just take my hand. Okay? I mean that. All right, hold on. So Leslie was saying, I had to ask an important question. I used heroin for 15 years. Will the regret ever go away? Meaning bad things, and you're done with using? All right, hold on. I'm so behind. All right, wait, hold on, guys. Della, I'm sorry. You hear that? All right, wait. If I seem like I'm frazzled, I'm trying to go down the chat, not to miss any of you guys. All right. When you get off the drugs, that's why it's important for you to be close to, say, NA or AA, to go to counseling, and it does go away. I regret a lot of things in my addiction. I lost my 2 kids from my addiction. Okay? And yesterday was Mother's Day. And it's very bittersweet. I forgave myself for most of my life back in the past. But when it comes to my kids, I have a hard time with that. Hold on, I'm sorry. No, my husband thought I was screaming, like maybe I fell or something, and he's asleep. You know. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. Leslie, if you ever want to talk to me, like in person or like FaceTime or whatever, I'm more than happy to do that and share my experience, strength, and hope with you. I really am. Just send me an email. It's in my bio. But in time, you'll forgive yourself more and more. If you and my mom came that far, I love you, and God bless you every day. I wouldn't care. I'd forgive you anyway, even if your kids don't. God bless you, your husband. He's sticking by you. I like that, and he's still with you. It's everything. Tell him I said he's a good man. I will. Let's turn to God. Shepherd's Chapel on YouTube explains the whole Bible. God bless. Well, God bless you too. Leslie's like, thank you for the offer. By the way, your shades are cool as hell. Thank you. They're my trademark. My son passed away at 13. The first 2 years, I was a zombie. Unfortunately, time is the only thing that helps them. Oh, wow. Christine, let me give you a hug. Let me give you a hug. And everybody in the chat, please support Christine. Give her something just to ease her and just to feel our love. She needs it right now. Yeah, group hug. Christine, positive vibes, healing, love hug. I'm so sorry. And the thing is, Christine, it's like you're trying to move forward in life, not move on from what happened, to move forward. And that's hard, because every little thing reminds you of him. I do that, Leslie. I get cyber hugs. And believe me, people do appreciate it. even though it's not, you can't feel it, they feel the vibes, right? But they do appreciate it. So that's why I say cyber hugs, you know. Christine, if you're reading this, chat, God bless you. God will carry you through it. Things might seem like it's hard, but He's got you. Put it all in Jesus' hands, and He'll forgive you. All good. Hi, Tony Castro, what's up? I'm having a lovely night. How about you? All good. I'm in Rocklahoma. I'm in Oklahoma. I used to live in Jersey. Yeah, losing a child is unnatural, and right now, my son is in Portland, Oregon, and he's homeless. He's addicted to meth and fentanyl and alcohol, and I still keep in contact with his girlfriend. She uses a lot of tough love with my son. And so please have your thoughts and prayers go out to my son. It would be greatly appreciated. So I support my son's girlfriend. Leslie, thanks for dropping by. I truly appreciate you. I'm going to give you a cyber hug. Cyber love, good night hug. I hope you come back soon. Take care and be safe. I appreciate you. Well, Tony, I've been off cracking heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. He's seen me in addiction. I lost my 2 kids when I was in my addiction. Hi, Blake, how are you? Oh, God, if I'm usually good with this. The steer in? The steer in? I truly apologize. I'm usually good with people coming in here. And now I feel bad because, you know, I have a good memory. My brain's not fried. So when people say that, I'm like, oh, yeah, you were in here the other night and all that stuff. So, yeah, so, my son is 36, and, he's been living in Portland for, I don't know, 5 years. And he was doing all right for a while, but then he got sucked into the club scene there. He likes, you know, punk music. He loves music. All right, and so he got sucked into the scene there, And he became homeless. He's addicted to fentanyl, meth, and alcohol. I still support his girlfriend. She has a restraining order on my son, but I'm trying to be there for her as well. And I think it's the morally thing to do. And so, she's a sweetheart. She's been through a lot with my son, whatever. And I just hope and pray that I don't get a phone call from a detective from Portland saying, we found your son. I haven't talked to my son in about a year. And a few weeks ago, I was talking to my son's girlfriend, and she said, Sean's buzzing the door. He wants to get in. And I said, well, that's not going to happen. You call the police, and I'll call the police. And so when I called Portland Police Department, and this happened twice, by the way, the dispatcher said, well, do you want a police officer to talk to you? I said, yes. And I told my son's girlfriend, if you ever go to court, tell the judge I want to talk to that judge, because I want him to be mandated to go to rehab. Now, a lot of people will say, well, that's not going to do anything. You're forcing him to get help. My mother used a lot of tough love on me, and I needed it. And I should have been dead years ago. So tough love saves lives. And if you have to go in front of a judge and actually say, you need a mandate rehab for my son, daughter, or whatever, I mean, so I hope and pray that he gets the help he needs. It's tough, especially yesterday was Mother's Day, so it was bittersweet. And it was very sweet that, excuse me, it was very sweet of my son's girlfriend to text me to say Happy Mother's Day. And I was in tears. And I totally appreciated what she did for me, just by saying Happy Mother's Day, So, we'll see what happens, but my son's girlfriend is, still working. I'm sure she still has her times of sadness because of what happened with Sean or whatever. But she's spending time with friends. She has support from me and her mother and her friends, and she's making it. She's a strong young woman. I want the best for her, and she's been through a lot with my son, so. Anyway, but life is so good, right? I'm grateful for all of you being here. It means a lot. We, not just me, we are trying to create a wildfire of change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. Because right now, whether you believe it or not, it's a spiritual warfare. You know, and a lot of people in this world are dealing with addiction of a lot of many kinds, right? And mental illness. And it's all due to what's in your hand. Hi, Ginger. How are you? Welcome to the Queen of Light Brigade. How are you tonight? So we are trying to create a community here that's positive, that's uplifting. Well, that's good, Ginger. I'm glad to hear that. Always good to see positivity. Do you mind an addiction? So you're dealing with MICA issues. MICA means mentally ill, chemically addicted. And believe it or not, mental health issues and addiction go hand in hand. Hi, Jennifer. How are you? You've been Leslie, what? All right. Hold on for 1 second, Leslie. Hold that thought. Are you using now? Hi, Frank. How are you? Are you still using? And yes, you are. Oh, wow. How long? I bet, Leslie. How long have you been on methadone? You've been on methadone for 20 years? I've had friends that were on methadone for 20 years and all that. And I'm going to tell you something. Methadone is a synthetic heroin. Okay? First of all, I am not a licensed therapist, and I'm not a certified drug and alcohol counselor, okay? I tell my experience only. And stuff. But, hold on. Sorry. I don't mean to do this. They say, Ginger, that if you go through detox with that, it's going to be worse than if you were on dope. Because it deteriorates your bone structure. And when you get off it, when they wean you off it, it feels like your whole, it's crushing your bones, like you're in so much pain. I will. Have you, you went to detox, right? Well, I'm sure I remember kicking dope in jail, and all they gave me was clonidine. That didn't do crap. But, all right, but I'm saying with you, if you were on it for 20, and they meant to do that with this methadone, to keep people on and stuff, because usually they're on Medicaid or whatever, and that's, But I had a couple of friends that were on methadone, and, they still got high and stuff. Well, when was the last time you went to rehab or detox for it? Hi, Joel. How are you? Oi, 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 oi. Joel, let me give you a cyber, oi, 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 cyber hug. Joel, cyber, oi, 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 cyber hug. Thanks for being here. Well, that's what Anna Nicole's son died of, methadone. You never went to detox. If you don't want to share all your business on here, I understand, Ginger. I am trying to help you and all that. It's just, I hear it. I hate seeing and hearing stories about this. I get it. Have you talked to your doctor or anything? Nope, I don't do California sober. John. And what were his recommendations? Are you on benzos too? Well, you need to get rid of them. You have to be your own best advocate. And all that. You need to find yourself a different doctor and, on. like I said, you need a. I mean, it's hard when. Do you have insurance? If you have insurance, call your insurance company and ask them where else you can go that's in your plan. If you don't have insurance and stuff like that, I know it's a little tougher, but if you're on Medicaid, you should call your local Medicaid office and say, I need to get off this and all that. Because that doctor's negligent. Whereabouts in Canada? And you have to go in your province, right? You can't go from say to Ontario to Nova Scotia to Vancouver or British Columbia, right? Where's Port Dover? In Ontario? Do you have a support system? Do you have somebody that you can confide in? You don't go to any counseling, nothing. You have access to a computer, right? Oh, you're in... Wait a minute. I'm getting confused. You're Canadian, but you're in Delhi? See, I don't know how the Canadian healthcare system works there. Delhi, Ontario, right? The clinics here just want to keep people on methadone or Suboxone. I live near you, Ginger. Yeah, that's what it was made for. It's a synthetic heroin, man-made, and all that. Yeah, and don't let the this is gonna bring up. See, I don't want. See, to me, this ties into the MAID program. You know what I'm talking about? I know you know what I'm talking about. Because the MAID program up in Canada is demonic. And we don't. Hold on. How can she get help? I have a site you can go on. It's called intherooms.com, and it's a place of recovery. They have meetings there. They have a lot of information that might be useful for you. what you just said to me, Ginger, causes me anxiety. Because I know what it was like to kick the dope. Not methadone, by the way, but the dope. But methadone is so much worse. Yeah, it deteriorates your bone structure. My son's on fentanyl. Graham. And he's living in Portland, Oregon. But it's not about me. It's about Ginger right now. Do you work? Ginger, you're not working, right? Ginger, if you need to talk to me, you can always write me an email. And we'll try to work things out together. But I'm not familiar with the Canadian healthcare system. That, you know. God be with you, Ginger. And please come back again. And these pharmacies, it's like, oh, you're addicted to opioids? You're addicted to this, whatever. And they try to create like a miracle pill or a miracle shot to end an addiction. You know, it's pretty much futile when they do that. You know, it's hard getting off the dope. It's hard getting off the crack, fentanyl, you know. But if you do it for yourself, like I did for myself, yeah, it's overwhelming. Getting clean and sober sucks. But if you surround, excuse me, hold on. But if you surround yourself with people that are in recovery, stay close to the program, do what is suggested in AA, NA, whatever, you know, you can do it. Stay away from people, places, and things. Hi, Mac. How are you? Welcome to the Queen of Light Brigade. I hate seeing, you know, like YouTube videos of Kensington, Pennsylvania, or San Francisco, or Portland, because that's, you know, of course, that's where my son is right now, right? Or Miami, or Phoenix. And it's like zombie world. It's like the apocalypse and stuff. And for these politicians to have safe sites that acts can actually use. Oh yeah, we'll have nurses available. You know, if something happens to them. Bullshit! It's enabling them. It's enabling them to die. You know what I mean? And it pisses me off. When I'm going to say this, when I was using back in the day, I was shooting up, they used to have the needle exchange program. Okay? At that time, I was like, I'm okay with that. You know, hey, you know, it was free, but we had to return our rigs to them. You see? But when I think about it now, because I've been clean and sober for a while, it's like it's enabling them. Now, but if I can get clean and sober, you can too. You have to want it for yourself. You know, it might take a few times to get the gift of recovery. But you can do it. Just do it for yourself. And be an inspiration to others. Sharing your experience, strength, and hope with people. So they can get clean and sober. And by you seeing the miracles in the program or maybe on YouTube or whatever, it's going to make you feel good about yourself. We're going to end with this. We are going to end with this. I have to get it up, though. Wait a minute. God bless all of you. And we had a very uplifting, positive stream. And I am so proud of all of you. Because we are creating a wildfire of change in this world. We are going to set the world on fire with the Queen's Light Brigade. You know, it's catching on, guys. Tell your family, tell your friends about us. This is a safe community. It's an uplifting community. It's a recovering community. And people are longing for that, especially on YouTube. And that's what the Queen's Light Brigade is about. So, I'm going to end with this, guys. Hold on. I have to get on here. Nope. Oh, my God. All right. No. Are you... Hold on. I had it on here and now it's gone and... And another thing too, real quick. When I'm in my wildfire studio, I have intros. And one of the intros is, I light a candle for the soul-suffering addicts and alcoholics and people with mental illness. May they find the rooms or the gift of recovery. You know, and maybe I should do that live when I'm not. So, hold on, guys. This is just terrible. I had this whole thing. In May is Mental Health Awareness, guys. All right. All right, I'm just going to say this. All right. We're going to say a little prayer before we close. And I appreciate each and every one of you. And I generally care about you guys a lot. And I think you know that. So it's like, dear Lord, grant everybody clarity of mind and freedom from confusion. Replace fear and anxiety with purpose and focus. Lead them to addiction treatment centers and healthcare professionals who can support their mental health recovery and addiction recovery. I'm here for you guys. You know that. I'm here for you guys. That's why I do this stream. If you're going through struggles with addiction, mental health issues, we here at the Queen's Light Brigade stand with you, will support you, will help lift you up, offer prayers of encouragement. And with that, thank you all. Take care. Be a good human being. Do random acts of kindness, like maybe opening a door for somebody, going to your neighbor and asking if you can do their lawn, or maybe pick them up some groceries. It's not so hard being a good human being. It really isn't. So with that, I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters. Signing off. And the Queen's Light Brigade is trying to create a wildfire of change to diminish the darkness in the world. I know we're not going to get all the darkness in the world, guys, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. Be a good human, guys. Peace out. Love you all. Thank you for the great stream. Love you.